There it is.
Takes us up to here. Aw, if that wind current was stronger, we'd be able to reach the top in one go. Huh? Why? Or... Oh, Paimon gets it! If it was a secret, Ganyu wouldn't have let us try to find it ourselves, right? Alright, let's follow your plan. Then we can... Oh. Hang on a moment. Looks like we've gotten close to the Guizhong Ballista. Paimon has a new idea. Why don't we shoot you up to the Jade Chamber using the ballista? Oh, right. This method does seem a bit unsafe. Oh, that's right! Now that you mention it, we could use the Guizhong Ballista to see if there's another way up nearby.
We'll need more where that came from.
Who trespasses on these hallowed grounds?
Exactly. What are you talking about? We're invited guests. What makes you... No. Wait. Maybe this was Ningguang's plan all along. She pretended to invite us to the Jade Chamber, but set up a Millilith ambush here to arrest us. Now, Paimon...
What? We're just on guard duty. What do you mean, shameless?
What nonsense! Seize these suspicious intruders at once!
Well, here they come.
To ashes!
Who goes there? Time for... Take retribution! Tactical retreat! Bested! To arms! Burn! Attack!
Stop! What's all this about?
Lady Coaching, these two strange people...
Who are you calling strange?
You want to go...
We're invited guests, here to look for the liyue.
Well, as it happens, I am one of the liyue Qixing.
Oh!
I'm Kuching, the Yuheng of the Qixing. I know of you, traveler. You're Ningguang's guests, yes? Didn't expect to meet you here in the mountains.
Wow. Paimon didn't think we'd meet some...
The Guizhong Ballista in Tianheng Pass has long been in disrepair. And yet, it was fixed in a single night. I came here to investigate. These Millilith are just here to guard the scene, not to arrest anyone.
So, this was all a misunderstanding?
Anyway, for a mortal to be able to repair an Adepti mechanism...
That was... Huh? Oh, right. So, Lady Yuheng, might you have any idea why Lady Tianquan invited us?
Just call me Kuching. I'd say that Ningguang's purpose is to request that the savior of Mondstadt take a more neutral stance. Or at least, to not wholly side with the Adepti.
We're not taking sides. We spoke with the Adepti. They want to protect liyue's...
When you say protect, you're referring to their sanctimonious arrogance, aren't you?
Huh?
You are mortals, and thus under their protection. There is no way they would have regarded you as someone with the ability to assassinate a god. Naturally, they would also regard Ningguang's locking down the area, questioning the citizenry, and pursuit of the assassin to be pointless work. Perhaps they even wonder if there might be a cover-up. I'll say it like it is. They're
Well, you've got a... Still, this is the first time Paimon's...
Should I respect the shallow sense of time and condescension to mortals that has caused them to delay in moving against us, Qixing? Forget it. I shouldn't speak of them this way. This skepticism is mine alone. Either way, I will admit that the actions of the Adepti this time were quite restrained. Rex Lapis's death is indeed an extraordinary circumstance. But to think that they would call for a council of Adepti rather than come down here directly. How surprisingly civilized of them. Well, for Ningguang, she would talk anything and everything out if she could. But I doubt we can do that here. The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for liyue?
Another super bold statement.
I'll stop here. Honestly, I hadn't intended to say so much. But you're a good listener, traveler. You should both be off to the Jade Chamber. Don't be late now. Ningguang's schedule is packed to the gills all the way till next year. The cream of liyue's mercantile crop all see ascending to the Jade Chamber as the greatest honor. Each brings rich gifts as they visit, all to curry a little favor with Ningguang.
Favor? But wait, that's right. culture. We need to get one. Not to...
All right. You can decide on your greeting gift yourselves. Let me tell you how to get to the Jade Chamber first. You didn't actually have to come to Mount Tianheng. Go back to Liyue Harbor. Find a guide at the Yuehai Pavilion, and... well then. May we meet again, traveler.
Well, that Yuheng may not respect the gods, but Paimon thinks she's a pretty cool person. So, what should we give to Ningguang when we see her? Oh, right! Paimon dreamed of an amazing snack last night. Sugar-frosted slime! Paimon has a feeling that it would be perfect for a super rich person like Ningguang. Why don't we go with that for a gift? Nope! But Paimon's sure that we just need to make it with some boom shakalaka. Let's go gather ingredients. Time waits for no one, and neither will our riches.
Where have you been hiding?
Chivalry will never die.
Look at that slime! It looks crystal clear! And very delicious! That's the one! Huh? Is it just Paimon? Or is there a sweet fragrance in the air? Huh? Did you hear that? It seemed like it came from those ruins over there. Uh-oh. It looks like the
Witness the power of Gugwa! Rain outline.
Verdictus? You're open. Here!
Thank.
Aw, it was nothing.
I understand. Don't say that. I'm Meng Dan, a supplier. I never expected that those treasure... Is there anything that you lack?
Wait a moment.
Oh?
Do you have a box that can...
Of course we do. Now just give me a moment, and I'll let the boss know. You can go see her whenever you require that box.
Great! Paimon... Dan told us that we could...
Uncle Mung already told me about it. Thank you both for saving. Many of the best goods in our store were found by Uncle Mung. If anything were to happen to him, it would be impossible for us to continue doing business. Here, this container is itself an antique, with at least 140 years of history. It's already been cleaned. Will it do?
Yep. It's great! Hang on a moment. Could we borrow one other thing?
Sure. Please help yourselves, as long as it's on our shelves.
Traveler, this clay pot looks really awesome. If we use an antique as our mixing bowl, we should be able to make a great snack. It's done! The one and only sugar-frosted slime! Carefully now. Into the box it goes and dust it over with a bit more powdered sugar.
Oh, yes. You might want to use these 2 freshly picked flowers as decorations, too.
Woohoo! It looks beautiful! Great! Now that we've put all that we've got into this box, let's go to the Jade Chamber to see Ningguang.
Jewelry's out of stock, but we have some new items in.
Guess we can rest a bit. Better than nothing.
Monolith stands guard.
According to Kuching, this is what... Excuse me, do you sell the moon here?
Yes. How many would you like?
It's not convenient to speak of numbers here.
Ah, well said. Please, use this to ascend to the chamber. Yes, speaking of which...
Yep.
And yet the code they used was not the one for guess, but for the
I've been waiting for you, returnee from Joyun Karst.
It's Ningguang! Since this is our first meeting, we've prepared a gift. I hope you like it.
Oh, for me. You have my thanks. It seems that I have made things difficult for you.
Oh no, it's nothing.
I'm glad you like it too. This palace floats in the skies, higher than the peak of any mountain. From this vantage point, one may survey all of Liyue. I have been gathering the funds necessary to build it from the time I began learning the merchant's craft. And since becoming the Tianquan, I have spared no effort in hiring the best craftsmen to constantly extend it. At first, it was but the size of one room. Now, it is large enough to blot out the moon in the skies above Liyue. One day, I believe it will overshadow all 7 nations. Not many from outside Liyue earn the right to ascend to the Jade Chamber. But I have been in correspondence with the acting Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, who spoke highly of you. As such, I have been putting eyes and ears out ever since you reached Liyue.
What?
And I finally got wind of your movements when you were on the way to Wangshu Inn.
Wait! Was Vergoldet one of your people?
Just Vergoldet? No. Everyone at Wangshu Inn is one of ours. At the Guizhang Ballista.
You weren't peeking on us.
I fear that peeking would have been a little difficult from this altitude. Our eyes and ears are more than sufficient. You two are very interesting people, after all. It would be natural to take an interest. Well, I wouldn't expect you to trust us, considering that you have had far more interactions with the Adepti. The reason I invited you here was to clear up some misunderstandings. I believe that you've heard of the Archon War. Many gods used to walk this earth, and many long wars were fought between them that did not abate until 2,000 years ago. Much blood was shed, and many lives were lost. In the end, only 7 victors remained standing in Teyvat. They built cities and nations on the corpses of the vanquished, and thus began the era of the 7. You can see Goyun Stone Forest from here, I trust. It is no natural rock formation. Those are giant spears of rock hurled by Rex Lapis during the war. Beneath the spears lie those cast down by Rex Lapis in those days, gods that failed to seize the title of Archon. Not only is it true that gods may die, but so too has the membership of the 7 changed over the last 2 millennia. Rex Lapis's passing is an unimaginable disaster for Liyue, but the Order of the 7 will not collapse simply because of that. Another Lord of Geo will arise sooner or later. Yet, how are we to forget Rex Lapis? When that time comes, the relationship between the people of Liyue and the gods and Adepti will surely be different from before. Even in a new era, the Liyue Qixing remain Rex Lapis's former subjects. Do you really think us capable of having played a part in his demise? of lacking the foresight to see the certain repercussions. That day at Yujing Terrace, it was also very sudden. Even I was caught completely off guard. You were there, you no doubt saw. But our enemy has long lain hidden within the harbor. If we do not act against them now, they will surely gain the upper hand. Hiding the Exuvia was a necessary maneuver to take the initiative back, to play the spider while our foes scurry about.
Who's this enemy you're...
What do you think, Traveler?
Huh? What are you two talking about?
Well answered.
Huh?
The scenery out here is fine indeed, but the wind is a little strong. Our preparations to receive guests within are complete. So please, this way.
Wowee! What a huge hall! Paimon's never seen such a fancy place before.
Be at ease, you two. Make yourselves at home if you wish.
Can we really?
I have invited you two here as friends. And when friends come over to play, our enjoyment comes first.
Ooh!
Why, you've kept your ear to the ground, I see.
That's because even the storytellers are talking about it. Everyone's after a piece of paper from that wall. It's super famous.
That's because that wall records Liyue's secrets. Merchants have always been attracted to secrets. But the secrets of the mercantile world are of no interest to you, are they, Traveler? You're rather special, really, and I think you're quite aware of that. If possible, I'd like to have your trust. But if you were to choose the more trustworthy person between myself and Kuching... You'd pick Kuching? I originally thought her a bit too hard-headed. With someone of her character on the Qixing, I've had some extra messes to clean up behind the scenes. But after she said those words, the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the Liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Well, I must say that quite a few of my doubts have been dispelled. I won't deny that Rex Lapis's passing seems advantageous to us. But, indeed, it seems that you understood what I meant to say from the very beginning. I called for the gag order and for the Exuvia to be hidden to temporarily stabilize the situation, and also to prevent something similar to the incident in Mondstadt. With Rex Lapis's death, the Fatui have busied themselves with many clandestine actions beyond their diplomatic remit. As the Tianquan, one responsible for Liyue, I cannot be too concerned with appearances when opposing them. Allowing the rite of parting to take place was also meant to buy some time for us to take control of Liyue's administration.
It's exactly as... Wait, that's right. Speaking of it...
Of course.
Paimon once heard that anyone who sends a greeting gift gets a little something in return.
Well, we have made quite a bit of trouble for you recently. How about this? You can...
Yay! Paimon was just one of the sheets on that one. Don't look at Paimon like that. One of these sheets of paper will sell for crazy prices, even if it's... Just imagine. How much more... Let's grab one! The biggest one! Huh? Well, that was an easy search. The big... La 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 la. Huh? There's a place marked with a circle on here. Oh, could it... Sigil of permission, something, Fatui... Aw, that doesn't sound... This piece of paper shows that a Qixing spy discovered traces of classified Fatui research on the Sigil of Permission. Oh, Ningguang did say that the Fatui have been up to all kinds of mischief in the shadows of... But research on the Sigil of Permission? Speaking of which, there's also some connection between you and the Sigil of Permission. Seems there's still more for us to find out. Oh. Well, should we... Oh, so you're saying that... Anyway, before we look for...
Anything business related is confidential.
Freeze! Freeze! Picked the wrong test subject.
Treasure hunting. A valiant endeavor.
There really were Fatui at the location written down on this piece
gave you a verdict. Time to act. Going in!
Verdict is... Oh, this isn't good.
Just what will we come across?
For justice. No, my sword!
Put your back into it! Time to fulfill my duty. It isn't time for a break yet.
Let's light it up!
My duty.
I suppose this will do.
But how did a relic... Oh, that's right. Cloud talismans. Maybe the being able to channel divine... And the... Alright, that's the last stop. Let's go!
Teamwork is dreamwork! Let's light it up!
Better than nothing.
Right on time. I myself only arrived. Did you enjoy your visit to the Jade Chamber?
It was so big and pretty and expensive. Paimon's never seen such a fancy schmancy place before.
Indeed. It's second to none in all of Liyue. Then you met with Ningguang, I trust? What did you talk about with her?
She's super rich and so generous. Paimon thinks she's very friendly. Yeah, her take on Ningguang is quite different from Paimon's. She thinks that even the tactless Yuheng is more trustworthy than her.
Oh, so you also met with Keqing then? What did she have to say?
She said the time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for liyue?
No respect for the divine. Indeed, contrary to the ever-bold Keqing, Ningguang is more of a businesswoman at heart. Although she's friendly, there's no way of clearly discerning her true intentions. Yes, she has only relied on herself to rise to her current position. No ordinary person could ever achieve that. It's said that she's the one behind the constant expansion of the Jade Chamber. It's the second most important thing to her. Even if she ever gave up the position of Tianquan, she would never give up the Jade Chamber.
The Jade Chamber is only second. What's the...
Why, Mora, of course.
Talked about...
That is how the Fatui have always... No matter what they may be...
So, is there anything we need to get for the rite of parting in Diwa Marsh?
Yes, as a matter of fact, there is. Today, we'll be gathering wild glaze lilies.
Glaze lilies? Well, why did we come all the way out here? Doesn't the garden in Yujing Terrace have some? Even Qingse Village has glaze... Oh, right! Paimon remembers that Madame Ping is always tending to flowers. Maybe we could ask her.
No. Those lilies have all been gardened by people. They won't do it all. Dihua Marsh used to be full of glaze lilies. It is a sort of joyful flower that listens... Before the ark, of course, there are wild glaze, but I'll need your assistance in gathering these flowers. No, I need you to sing to them. Sing.
So how could it... Really?
We'll only know once she...
Whenever you're ready. Da 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 da. What happened? These flowers are jumping. They look really angry. Is it because you sang a song to Mondstadt that they don't understand here in Liyue?
Eyes on me! Time for retribution! Ha! 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 Ha!
Those weren't glaze lilies.
This little monster is known as a whopper flower. The glaze lilies used as a disguise were buried with the whopper flower for too long. The result seems to have surprisingly potent medicinal value. Let's collect what we can.
Well, and all, but will those...
Unfortunately...
That's so lame.
Excuse me. Are you searching for glaze lilies?
Oh, hey! It's... What's-her-face? Paimon can't remember.
Yongu? Who's that? You've completely forgotten my name, haven't you? Ah, that reminds me. How was your visit to the Jade Chamber?
Well, it sure would have been better if you told us how to get up there.
Didn't I tell you the way? Surely I did.
Nope. We found the way on our own.
Oh, I see. Uh-oh. I guess I really did forget to tell them.
Huh. She's acting different from the first...
Ah, well, I met you at that time as an emissary of the Tianquan. But now, I am simply out on a stroll to see the flowers.
You came all the way out here to see the flowers? Why not just enjoy the gardens of the city?
Yujing Terrace is where Rex Lapis parted from this world. If I strolled through those lonely gardens now, I wouldn't be able to bear it. Whenever my duties take me near Yujing Terrace these days, I draw the windows to block my view of the gardens.
Oh, sorry, we shouldn't have...
No, it's quite all right. I just haven't processed my emotions yet. When the Archon War came to its end 2,000 years ago, the first iteration of the Seven would gather in Liyue and drink with Rex Lapis. But 5 of those original 7 had already passed before Rex Lapis. It's truly a changing of the guard. Yes. Now that the spirit of Rex Lapis has returned to the heavens, only Barbados of Mondstadt remains of the first 7. The other 5, including Inazuma's Raiden Shogun, are no longer the same friends from 2,000 years ago. Of the current 7 Archons, the youngest is Sumeru's god of Dendro. He is merely 500 years old, whereas Rex Lapis was more than 6,000 years old at the time of his passing. This means that Liyue had been under Rex Lapis's rule from the moment it was first founded 3,700 years ago. The city has never had to bid farewell to its deity.
So what do you think of this farewell?
Huh? This... As a mortal, I've never dared to imagine a Liyue without Rex Lapis. But as an Adeptus, I think I will eventually come to grips with reality. Since Rex Lapis has passed, the time of Liyue's contract with the gods and Adepti has now reached its end.
Huh? Did you just say, as an Adeptus?
Yes, I am a mix of human and Qilin. Adeptus blood flows through my... After the war ended, I signed a contract with Rex Lapis and took the position as secretary for the Qixing. I've continued those duties to this very day. Well, let's save that conversation for another day. You say that you are here looking for glaze lilies? I also know where wild glaze lilies can be found. See, I've just picked one myself.
We dare not refuse it.
Oh, so did you sing a song before you picked the lily?
Indeed, I did. I know this tradition well. In fact, I sang a local liyue ballad to it.
Wow, so you really know your stuff, too. Thanks, Gunyu.
No, it is you who I should be thanking. If not for this chance meeting, I never thought that I would be able to contribute to the upcoming farewell for our ancient lord. If you would excuse me.
And that just about does it. Our preparations for the rite of parting are mostly finished. Given the ease of picking glaze lilies, I think this was a fitting end to our tasks, in more ways than one.
Yeah, Paimon can already imagine him starting a business in Liyue.
I've had enough ventures in my life already. Beginning a new undertaking is always difficult at first, and requires no small amount of effort. And once business is at full steam, the stress of it all only wears away at you over time. So you must be careful to take the time to step back and re-examine yourself. If left unchecked, the wear and tear on your heart may go well past mending.
Wow. See? Zhongli... Alright, I think it's about time we head back to Liyue Harbor now.
I suppose this will do. My flame has been extinguished.
Ah, you're the consultant to Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Mr. Zhongli, the Millilith are watching our every move now. These are desperate times.
Desperate times?
The Adepti of Joyun Karst are finally on the move.
Do they intend to exercise force?
Most likely. I've heard that some members of the Qixing have already gone to meet them. Well, I say meet, but it's more like they're attempting to stall the Adepti outside the city. However, both sides were quite obstinate and hit an impasse.
It seems inevitable, given the current...
The Adepti do not acknowledge the Qixing. They only acknowledge the contracts of the Geo-Archon. If the two sides come to blows, Liyue Harbor will be in no position to stop them.
Surely the Liyue Qixing are not the sort to give in so easily.
Their boneheadedness is known throughout the lands. Yet it's because of that obstinacy that mortals and Adepti are now on the verge of conflict.
And what now? How is it that the Fatui have come under fire?
That's all Ningguang's doing. She proclaimed that in these tumultuous times, the Millilith must rein in the actions of the Fatui. Only now do they want to start keeping tabs on us? That's the Qixing for you. Anyway, Mr. Zhongli, you're one of...
It looks like things are about to boil over in Liyue Harbor.
Do you intend to use your neutral identity as an intermediary between both sides? Neither path is an easy one.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhongli, we've heard that the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor has also been caught up in all of this. They're currently squaring off with the authorities at the gate.
Things are taking a turn for the... I'm afraid I must leave now to handle things back at Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. I hope that Master Hu has been able to keep things under control. Consider your next course of action carefully, Traveler.
Having connections with the Fatui seems to be quite the double-edged sword. So what does Zhongli mean by looking for the fuse? Oh, Paimon gets it. If there's anyone that wants to see the whole city turned upside down, it's definitely... He must be waiting for the moment when no one is watching to do... But where could we find... Where would he go at a time like this?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Wow! This is the Golden House? It looked impressive enough from the outside, but who would have guessed that it was even fancier on the inside? And so full of Mora. This is where all of Tibet's Mora is minted, right? In that case, maybe they won't notice if a few Mora go missing. Oh, so it's a trap! Tricky, tricky. But even if we can't take any, or better yet, take a nap on top of a mountain of Mora, it's like a dream come true! Oh, right. Back to business. It's quiet. Too quiet. Surely someone's gotta be guarding something as important as the Exuvia. Huh? Look! What happened here? Uh-oh. Paimon's... Quick! We have to go make sure that the Exuvia is all right.
You've already fulfilled your task as guides, so why do you still linger here? Haven't you already seen enough trouble for today?
Huh? Who's there?
If you were Fatui, I imagine that you would be entitled to a generous reward from the Tsaritsa herself. But now, you're nothing but dross, and you're in my way. Where should I start? Well, I've never been one to beat around the bush, you know. But who could have possibly guessed that the god of Geo would mysteriously perish the very moment I arrived in liyue, and that the Exuvia would subsequently be hidden away? If it weren't for that lovely little rite of parting ceremony you put together, it would have taken me a whole lot longer to get the information I needed. Stopping the more immense, hiding away the exuvia. The Chising are really pulling out all the stops this time.
So you've been planning to take the Gnosis from inside the exuvia all along?
Huh. As one of the 11 Fatui Harbingers, it's my duty to see the will of the Tsaritsa fulfilled. She will get that which she desires. I'm not asking for your blessing, and there's nothing you can do to stop me anyway. The time for discussion and diplomacy has already passed. I mean, if it were up to me, I would have skipped that stage to begin with. Either way, we now come to my favorite part. A simple pleasure, and one that I am oh so delighted to be sharing with you. The battle.
Battle? So you're the...
When Signora offended the deities outside the cathedral in Mondstadt, she swiftly left the scene once her mission was accomplished. Instead of confronting you directly, she chose to rely on the snow and ice to make her escape. She wouldn't want the knights to come running towards the sound of battle now, would? When she faces a worthy opponent, she will prioritize her mission, weigh the outcomes, and consider the consequences of her actions. But as for me, the greatest pleasure of being a Harbinger lies in crossing blades with strong opponents.
We won't let what happened in Mondstadt ever happen again!
Oh, so you intend to fight me? Good. I won't kill you, Traveler. I'll just play along, to feel the thrill of battle. Besides, you could never defeat me, not even in your wildest dreams. But hey, try to relish the fight. Fighting talk, I love it! This chance is hard to come by, so show me all you've got. So very few ever get the chance to square off with a Fatui Harbinger. So come now, amuse me, and don't you dare disappoint.
Rain outlines your fate.
Unbecoming. Not bad, not bad.
Adventure time!
Guess
Let's light it up!
Take you more serious. Haha, good. No wonder Signora was so wary of you. Well, that just means I can go all out. Brace yourself. This is about to get tough. Now, show me what you can do against the might of a Harbinger.
Teamwork is dreamwork! No, my sword!
Not bad. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive. But that's about as far as you'll get. Didn't think you had that card hidden up your sleeve.
You were just playing us to get close to the exuvia!
Oh, quiet down. Stop acting like some wide-eyed recruit. You've seen this world. You of all people should know. This should have been expected! Well then, I'll be taking Morax's Gnosis now! I see. Well, this is most unexpected. You beat me to it, didn't you?
cost you! Yeah! You got to the Gnosis ahead of me, didn't you? Did you simply move faster? Or did you leak the information regarding the Golden House to me on purpose? No matter. Hand the Gnosis over, now! Don't make me take it from you!
We didn't take it!
You're a cut above.
Look! Child...
Well then, time to cool off. It seems the burden of the foul legacy transformation was too great for my body. I lacked the opportunity to think this through. And now that I consider the matter more carefully, you had no connection to the Gnosis. No matter...
That's what we've been trying to tell you!
Your show of ability today far surpasses that of Signora's initial assessment of you in Mondstadt. Tell me, how could that be? You already know the answer, don't you? I can see it in your eyes. But if that is a secret you wish to keep, I guess I'll just have to curb my curiosity. This battle has already left me satisfied. Anyone who strives as I do to grow stronger shall be called a friend. Even if our friendship can only be shown in battle against one another.
Pretty sure that's not the normal way to make friends.
Unfortunately, I must bring this amiable conversation to an end. My quest still beckons. Given that the Gnosis wasn't taken by anyone, then we must look once again to the beginning. Perhaps it was never in the In fact, it might be that the Exuvia was just...
What? So you mean that...
Yes, it appears so. Interesting. It seems that the guardian deity of the capital of commerce is also well versed in little maneuvers beyond the boundaries of contracts. As such, we must...
Backup plan?
I had hoped it would never come to this, for the weak will be swept away in the process. The truth is, the world belongs to those who pursue strength. I seldom willingly... Unfortunately, we cannot be picky about our methods as Fatui Harbingers. Children must all learn to eat their vegetables.
So what are you planning to do?
I will awaken the god that lies dormant beneath Guyan's stone...
A god?
Osial, overlord of the Vortex, who was defeated by Morax, the Geo-Archon in the Archon War, and who has remained pinned beneath the waves by the Geo-Archon's stone spear. If such an ancient god were to be unleashed upon Liyue Harbor, do you think the cunning Rex Lapis would just stand aloof and watch the ensuing destruction?
But the Archon War ended 2,000 years ago. How can an ancient god appear in a world now overseen by the Seven?
Simple. I've already prepared the means to awaken it.
Hey! Those are sigils of permission! Oh, Paimon remembers now! The Fatui have been researching them!
Indeed. The one that was given to you was just a byproduct of... With the power of so many sigils of permission concentrated in one place, along with that which was bestowed upon me as a harbinger by our Tsaritsa, breaking the using the powers of ancient gods in such a situation fails to interest me, and is largely against my... But knowing that such an action will not only force the Geo-Archon to show its hand, but you as well... Let's see. Will the nation that has lost its deity be swallowed up by an ancient malice once more? If you wish to drown together with the people of liyue, you're free to stay and enjoy the show.
Huh? He's already gone. That guy is fast. What's going on? Exhausted. If we hadn't happened to see the Jade Chamber flying over just as we came out of the Golden House, we really wouldn't have known which way to go. Do we make it in time? Is the Overlord of the Vortex still in the sea?
What are you doing here?
Huh? Hold on. It's the Adepti. What are you doing on the Jade Chamber? Paimon thought you were arguing with the...
Faced with a calamity of such magnitude, we have agreed to put our differences aside for now.
Oh, Paimon gets it. Just seeing this Overlord of the Vortex guy puts a pit in Paimon's tummy.
It's not just you. We've got new Millilith recruits who can't even stand at attention without shaking. The force of an ancient god's presence seems to be too much for ordinary, which is why we must stop that monster before it gets any...
So the Archon War was fought 2,000 years ago against enemies like that? So will the power of the Qixing,
We've already discussed this together, and our conclusion...
What? Wait...
One certainly could.
Huh?
The Qixing did once research the matter of the Guizhong Ballista when it piqued their fancy. And as fate would have it, one who did craft the Guizhong Ballista. For what could you mortals ever learn of Adepti mechanisms? Yet, it would take one, but a little tinkering to turn this ballista into an engine of war beyond your wildest thoughts.
I suppose this is one blessing from the Adepti that we should be... So be it. We shall use the upgraded Guizhong Ballista to fight off that god. All the Adepti here can lend their... We haven't a moment to spare. Our battle begins now. Yep.
The three Adepti are manning the Guizhong Ballista. Do not let the Fatui disturb their work!
All able Millilith, with me!
Let's go help too!
We Adepti have not faced a god in several millennia. Let one see what you're made of then. What strength remains within you, one wishes to witness.
Retribution! Tis?
Looks like
That is Osial's divine power. I am very familiar with it. Be careful not to get hit.
The Fatui! Their attacks are unrelenting!
How daring. Snezhnai's diplomats will answer for this afterward. Every last one.
Eyes on me!
The ancient god's attacking again! There are so many between two! We can't look!
Were you about to say we can't hold them, children?
Huh?
Don't lose heart. Here, take this.
This is adeptal energy! That light from your body, it's like the time in giant cars! Wow, it's Madame Ping's shockwave! This granny's really strong!
Everybody stand back! Rain outlines her.
This isn't good.
With the blood of the Chilean, I guard you against evil! Cast your fear of injury by the wayside, and fight with all your might! I too did this during the Archon War!
So this is what Ganyu's like in a fight!
My name means swiftness. Take my power and run as I do.
We're going too fast!
Child, you are strong in body and spirit. Perhaps you can withstand 3 forms of adeptal energy at once.
This will hurt a little. Please bear with us.
Once you've adapted, try to use them in battle.
My work.
I'm going in!
I guess this is it.
No, my sword! Let me leave you a verse.
Exercise caution! I fear that the god's power has reached its peak!
In other words, if we hold here, there's nothing worse to come, right?
Everybody stand back!
This is good.
To ashes! Ring cutter!
Miscalculated.
finish this lot off, the Adepti will be able to deal with the god in peace.
The interlopers are no more. Now we may commit ourselves fully.
It's working! We just need to keep this up!
Be careful now.
The Guizhong Ballista is destroyed. Without its covering fire, retaliation shall be difficult.
But the Jade Chamber is our last line of defense. We can't give another inch, no matter what.
I have another idea.
What do you mean, Lady Ningguang?
I'll sacrifice the Jade Chamber.
What is the meaning of this?
I understand.
Traveler, lend me a hand. Farewell, old friend. Goodbye for now. Let us meet again in the future.
Is it finally over?
The ominous aura of that monster has indeed begun to fade. The effects of the Sigil of Permission last but a short time. It will be some time before the Overlord of the Vortex can make any waves again.
We are indebted to you for your assistance. If the Adepti hadn't happened to be here, the future of Liyue Harbor...
Save your flattery. We didn't just happen to be here.
Come now. There's no need for such harsh words, Cloud Retainer. I've heard that when Ningguang began learning to do business, she had already started setting aside part of her then limited income in preparation for building the Jade Chamber. At first, it was only the size of a small room, but with continued expansion, it has become the... It is a testament to Ningguang's entire life, both as a businesswoman and as the backbone of the Liyue Qixing. Seeing the Jade Chamber destroyed in the defense of Liyue means much to her. To me, such cooperation and sacrifice deserves at least some recognition, don't you agree?
Well, I was really hoping you would say that such sacrifice could at least be used as some leverage in our negotiation. Thank you all for hearing me out. We know very well why the Adepti came here today. But 3,700 years. According to our records, even to this very day, Liyue and its lands have stood the test of time, immovable as stone, just as it was thousands of years before. But that does not mean that the Liyue of today is the same city as it was all those years ago. Do not merely cast your protective gaze upon the land. Instead, focus your sights on our city and each of the citizens that—
Are you questioning our means of protecting Liyue?
I mean no offense. I simply hope that our—
Forebears, you say? One doubts you would be fit to be part of such a lineage.
This morning, Rex Lapis appeared.
What?
In the dream, I yearned to tell him that we Qixing, though mortal, are equally bound to the contract. Each passing generation of the Qixing leaves many things of value to be inherited by the next. I also thought to tell him how the past generations of Qixing, but I dared not speak. I could only gaze at him in silence until the moment I awoke.
Oh, Ningguang.
Yet another perspective. What are you trying to say, Outlander?
Right! That's something that happened in Mondstadt. It's a story about the Four Winds. The Animal Archon sought to quell the strife between the two sides, because he believed that such conflict would only scar the hearts of both, and that nothing good would come of it.
Each of the 7 nations has its own scars from the past.
Though your point is the very height of simplicity. As Adepti, we've become a laughingstock, to be chastised thus by an outlander who has lent us such succor.
All right, all right. Didn't Ningguang suggest that we should focus on the city and each of its citizens? I know I already have, so why not see for yourselves?
I apologize for appearing in full armor. I am afraid—
And who are you?
I am Feng Yan, a sergeant of the Millelith. I thought this battle would perhaps be my last. But thanks to the aid of the Adepti, our forces were not as badly battered as although I am a mere mortal soldier. I promise to hold the line.
Huh? Why does
Weren't you frightened, dear?
I wasn't afraid. All the strong Millelith guards were there, and those powerful heroes with their visions were there. When danger is near, everyone always protects me. And the rest of the time, they make fun toys and tasty— Thanks for protecting Liyue Harbor.
Unfortunately, we wouldn't be able to.
Huh?
Because we are Adepti.
Oh.
You see, this is what the country of contracts is grateful to the Adepti for their protection. But it is no longer necessary for the city to rely on the Adepti's power to solve every little niggling matter. Although their blood is weak, the time of contracts between gods and Liyue has long since passed. Now is the time of contracts between Liyue and its people.
Seeing the port around us now, it is hard not to feel a bit out of place. Wouldn't you say so?
Your line of inquiry is askew. One did not spearhead this expedition to Liyue Harbor.
Seems like the Adepti have had a change of heart.
Let us return now.
Eager to leave, conqueror of demons.
Yes, one understands what the conqueror of demons means. The city of Liyue has changed much after our long separation. One fears that by the time one finally grasps the new contracts of Liyue, you humans would have once again changed the place beyond recognition. Fair enough. Away we shall, and return whence we came.
Since we Adepti have consensus, then one shall persist no further. But how will we ensure that the Liyue Qixing will not simply—
All right, Mooncarver, you needn't worry. It seems to me that this right of supervision is best left to the people.
Looks like the conflict between humans and Adepti was avoided. All's well. Oh, right! It's nice. Child wanted to unleash the god, but we were able to handle the Overlord of the Vortex. Oh, and speaking of that, don't we still need to get to the bottom of that Archon's death, too? Paimon doesn't get it. But isn't the strongest lead we have the Adepti-less rite of parting that we're organizing? No idea where Zhongli's gone. Let's ask for him at Wangshen Funeral Parlor.
Is there anything I can do for you two? I'm afraid that Wangshen Funeral Parlor isn't in the best state to...
We've come to see Zhongli. Could you please tell...
Unfortunately, Zhongli isn't here at the moment.
Doesn't the Northland Bank belong... Last time we saw Zhongli was... Do you think he doesn't know about the attack on liyue? We had better go and make sure...
You call this cooperation between Harbingers? Cooperation involves communication, you know.
Don't take it to heart, child. Besides, aren't you happy? Oh, it seems that some of your friends have arrived.
Hey, it's Zhongli and Child. And... you!
It's you two. I believe we've met once before. In the city of Bards, was it? Ah, right. I imagine that it must have been rather hard to forget watching helplessly as some...
No, don't let her... You've yet to gather the powers of all 7 elements. And our last battle at the Golden House was almost... So it might be best to keep things...
Well, if it isn't you two. This is our first time seeing each other since liyue was nearly wiped off.
Paimon knew that we should never...
Oh, now don't say that. Sure, I may have misled you, but I never had anything against you personally. Besides, I thought we were getting along quite well together, didn't you? Except for that little tussle we had. Nothing personal. We just have different views, that's all. Of course, you may vary... The real deceivers here are Senora and Zhongli. Curse them for leading me on. So actually, I think...
Stop wasting time, child. There'll be plenty of time to chat once I'm through here. You remember the agreement, Morax. Now, if you would be so kind...
What in the world are you talking about?
The contract is fulfilled. That which thou seeketh is now bestowed unto thee. For my promise.
How sanctimonious.
What? So, no, wait! That's an exciting twist and all, but why give...
I do not give it for free. I give it as agreed upon in the contract. For it...
Yeah, you don't think you went a little bit too far with that whole fake death thing? Everyone was preparing the ceremony for you, and splat! This big dragon falls out of the sky, and up...
gathering all the forces that had been bubbling behind the scenes, and then stirring them together in a pot that was bound to boil over. That's what he wanted to see.
Wait, what?
Perhaps it's best that I explain. As you know, I've dwelt upon this world for more than 6,000 years. It is now 3,700 years ago that I founded Liyue together with the Adepti. Even boulders that can withstand whirlpools will erode with the passing of time. Until one drizzly day, as I was strolling along the harbor, I heard a merchant tell one of his workers, "You finished your duties." I stood motionless among the crowds, asking myself, have I already finished my duties? But as I began to consider relinquishing my divine role, I soon discovered that many reasons still remained to not hastily depart. Was Liyue, the city I had dwelt in for so long, already prepared to enter its next age? I decided that a test was needed in order to reveal the answer. So I feigned my own death, and gathered the cast of Child, the Adepti, and the liyue Qixing to play their roles together on the stage that was Liyue. That's right, which is why I continued to safeguard the Gnosis until now.
So you mean that if the chaos ever reached the point of no return, you would simply appear?
Of course, and it would have been all too easy for him too. Just as a child quickly matures after losing their parents, so has Liyue matured when faced with the death of its deity.
In the end, the resolution to all that has transpired was even more satisfactory than I could have hoped for. Take the Adepti, for instance. Owing to their years of seclusion, they were the least informed. Yet when faced with a crisis, they commendably showed the greatest amount of restraint possible. Not only did they manage to cooperate with the Qixing, but in the end, they even made... Credit is also due to Signora, the emissary dispatched by the Cryo-Archon to fulfill our contract. At my request, she kept everything she knew in strict confidence. This despite the eavesdropping ears of her colleague, Child. This meant I could remain as Zhongli, even having the chance to fulfill the age-old traditions of Liyue in this mortal form. Thank you for joining me on this journey, Traveler. All of these things turned out as I had planned. There is only one thing that I had not anticipated, and that was the conduct of the liyue Qixing. I had expected them to do no more than the Adepti, to come to the defense of Liyue. But when all was said and done, they seized the opportunity to supplant Liyue as divine protectors, and used the subsequent power vacuum left by my death to quickly gain complete control of Liyue.
Huh?
On the contrary, I think it is excellent. I had always feared that it was too soon for them to take over from me. And it was also that which I longed for the most. As such, this is the best parting gift anyone could have given this god of old.
Hey, what about me? Doesn't anyone feel the least bit of remorse for deceiving me? You've
I think that thanks would be more appropriate. You certainly played no small part in all of this, wreaking havoc and turning the city upside down. The Lord of Geo ought to thank you for your performance, if anything. If you hadn't created the pressure of a battle between mortals, Adepti, and a god, the lump of coal resting in the hands of the Geo-Archon, Liyue, would never have been able to become a dazzling diamond of a city.
Huh? Just whose side are you on, mocking me like that? Are you itching for a fight? Hey, haven't you learned the liyue saying, don't always call it as you see it?
Well then, with the Gnosis in my possession, I have no use for such idle chatter.
Fine. I'll meet you there later. I'm not sharing a boat with the likes of you.
Do as you wish.
Now then, is there anything else you wish to ask me?
Right! As just told...
Realistically speaking.
Huh?
However, I am the god of contracts. For thousands of years, I have made countless contracts. My agreement with the Cryo-Archon will be the last of my contracts as the Geo-Archon. As for the bargaining chip that the Tsaritsa used to balance the uncover that answer for yourself in your future journeys.
So, Zhongli, what sort of
One of the clauses of our contract was not to divulge... One of the
Paimon can't absorb So Zhongli.
One of the
Paimon can't So Zhongli.
One of the
Paimon can't So Zhongli.
One of the
Today's the day of the rite of parting. Although the star of the show is fake, we've spent so much time trying to organize it, it would be a real shame not to go there now.
Well, since we're going through with this rite of parting, I guess it... So Rex Lapis is... Oh, come on. There's only one real possibility in... Fatui? They... Shh! Lower...
You know that god from the...
Yes.
Say.
Now that you met... I mean it all... Still, what's so...
Ah, forget it. Get...
Hear ye all! The Qixing's words. Though a dragon soars ageless as the mountains, it too must return to dust. This is common knowledge. Gods and Adepti live glorious lives, but both light and shadow have their season. So too must they face divinely appointed trials. Rumors and hearsay abound on the streets that Rex Lapis was murdered. Now, let the truth, having been thwarted in his trial, Rex Lapis's soul has recouped the celestial heights. He beseeches the people of liyue to grieve not, and to let not their hearts be saddened, nor are they to believe street-born rumors or indulge in baseless speculation.
Paimon needs a translation on what the Qixing's announcement said. So that's how they're spinning it. Something feels off. Why would they suddenly give up looking for the murderer? Not to mention how this excuse sounds like something they just made up on the spot. Could the Qixing already have known that Rex Lapis wasn't dead? But Zhongli said that neither they nor the Adepti knew anything. Did Zhongli tell them in secret after his gnosis changed hands? Exactly, right? Ooh, seems like the rite of parting has been going on for a while now. Let's go have a look. watching. Are they saying something? Are their speeches over?
As said previously, Rex Lapis's soul returning to the heavens is the end of the contract. And it is also the end of an era.
3,700 years of contracts burnt and reduced to ash.
We, the people of Liyue, were indeed prosperous. But blinded by our prosperity, we forgot that time can be pitiless.
The long, unending dream of our Archon.
Now that we have awoken from our dream, we must... Will you stand with us as we re-establish our contracts? As we...
So concludes the words of Her Eminence the Tianquan. Does Her Eminence the Yuheng have anything to add?
Huh? Is she
Traveler.
Yikes! She...
Is that the traveler who they...
So young.
The liyue Qixing always repay their debts. And as you have heard, our eyes see far and our reach is long. Name your price.
Whoa.
Well, could you help me put up some missing person posters?
Roping you in was possibly the most masterful move we could have made. I believe that future generations will say so too when our...
Why, you... Were you just trying to look cool earlier, or are you really that selfless? If you were looking for someone, you could have just told me that in private.
The cleanup of the premises, managing the crowds as they exit, making an account of the rite? There's much...
Hey, Zhongli! Look at this! Everyone in Liyue is caught up in their emotions, and here you are looking...
Why would I not feel more at ease after laying down the burden Right. If the two of you can spare
Ha! That sounds like big talk, Zhongli. Paimon might have believed you if you were treating us to some third-round knockout, but you'd have to pay out your nose just to stand inside Xinyue kiosk. Are you...
You're right. I do like...
But why would Morax lack...
As the Rex Lapis Morax, I can easily create Mora. But since I have when I was journeying with you, though I still had the Gnosis in hand, I knew that I must soon retire from my role as an Archon.
Oh, no wonder! Paimon gets it now. You didn't look at the price tags when we were spending because you've never had to. But since you weren't used to not being able to just make more Mora as and when you wanted to, you had to try becoming a parasite to society who lives off of other people's credit.
Well, we were only spending Fatui money. You don't have to say it like that. In the City of Commerce, we do not merely exchange money or goods. We also exchange knowledge, memories, and foresight. As the Archon Morax could never experience life as the true mortal Zhongli could, no matter how many times. I must thank... I will treasure the memories that I made as Zhongli. Travel, that is true. But there is no journey that does not end. No meetings without partings.
Paimon thinks that we should make a move and continue our search for the
I fear that continuing your journey may be difficult. The nation that neighbors Liyue by sea, Inazuma, is presently closed. Yes, the nation has been closed by order of its deity, the Electro-Archon Ball. And just as the people of Liyue preferred to call me Rex Lapis, she too goes by another name among locals in Inazuma.
Paimon thinks we've heard that one before. Right?
That is the case. And since Raiden is also the Shogun of Inazuma, people call her the Raiden Shogun.
That said, though people at the wharf were saying that the situation in Inazuma is very tense, Paimon doesn't remember that always being the case. It wasn't that bad last year. Zhongli, since you're Rex Lapis, shouldn't you know...
It's because of visions.
Visions?
When faced with circumstances beyond their control, humans often bemoan their lack of power. But if a person shows true strength of will at a desperate and fateful moment in their life, the gods will look upon them with faith. This is what visions are. Magical foci bestowed upon those who have been acknowledged by the gods.
Uh-huh. That's how people...
But starting from last year, the Raiden Shogun began promulgating the Vision Hunt Decree.
Vision Hunt?
Yes. It was an order to seize all visions within Inazuma's borders, and to inlay them upon the hands of the statue of the omnipresent...
They want to seize visions. But why? Aren't visions blessings from the gods?
I should think that in the Raiden Shogun's eyes, it is precisely because they are divine blessings.
Whoa!
The Anemo Archon is the god of freedom, and the Geo Archon is the god of contracts. For her part, the Raiden Shogun is the god of eternity. It seems as though she has finally decided to eliminate any unstable elements that could pose a threat to her. The fact that even I, the oldest of the seven, have now passed away, will only strengthen her resolve to pursue eternity. Knowing her, she must have again quoted that adage she is most fond of when proclaiming that 7 ideals for 7 gods. And of these, eternity is nearest unto the heavenly principle. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Ah, that was a good one. Failing a divine trial. How they came up with that excuse, I will never know. That said, the reason why the Qixing were so eager to resolve the incident and stop pursuing the culprit was indeed because they received news in secret that Rex Lapis was not dead. I hinted as much to the Adepti as well. How did I accomplish that, you ask? Have you ever heard of this particularly convenient Adepti art known as gifting dreams and visions? All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
Yeah, about that. Before the Qixing made their announcement, we listened to a lot of people talking on the way. Most of them put the blame for it.
These are indeed false accusations. But it remains undeniably true that Child did send people to the Jade Chamber to prevent the Adepti and the Qixing from defeating the ancient god. I've heard that Ningguang is busy milking that for all it's worth on the foreign relations front at the moment, browbeating the envoys of the Fatui. Ha! Those poor Snezhnayan diplomats. If it were not for Child's exalted position as a harbinger, I'm certain that they would have shifted all the blame to him and called for his dismissal by now. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? The time of the Adepti has long passed. If even the liyue Qixing don't want to face that truth, then what future is there for Liyue? Kuching is absolutely right in saying this. Now, though I did laud Ningguang's desire for power, believing this to be a good thing, and thought as a matter of course that she must have been behind the Qixing's plan to take governing power over Liyue from the hands of the gods and Adepti, could the original person who brought up the idea of seizing power have been... All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know?
That's right. Zhongli, since Morax is dead... Also, isn't the Golden House the only mint in the entire continent? Will it even continue to work?
The Mora present now will not vanish. But the Golden House will indeed have to cease operations for a lengthy period of time, since creating Mora requires the use of the Geo Archon's power. Yes, this is indeed a major issue from a financial standpoint. Well, I suppose we'll just leave such troublesome matters to the liyue Qixing to debate.
Then, did you at least set some private...
Oh, a private fund. It's a shame.
What's a shame?
It's a shame that I didn't think of it at the time. All right then. Was there anything else you wish to know? Well then, I suppose you'll have to find a way to get inside this closed nation. Have patience.
You know, this is starting to feel like chili pepper weather. Paimon's hungry for some fresh and fiery, spicy foods that let your taste buds have a blast. And if there's one dish that fits the bill, it's blackback perch stew. Come on, let's pay a visit to One Min Restaurant.
All right then. Was there anything else you wished? Well then.
Hello.
Sooner we're done, the better.
I can't wait any longer.
Judgment! Let's light it up! You can't run!
We're making progress. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. I trust you.
Chivalry will never...
Let me read you a verse. Rain outlines your fate.
Eyes on me!
Let's light it up!
Rain cutter!
Verdict is...
To ashes! Teamwork is dreamwork! Rain outlines your fate.
Another test subject. I got careless. I got careless. That tingle? Fury! Suffocate!
No, my sword! Witness the power of Gugwa!
Suffocate!
Time for retribution!
There's no end. Have a little taste. Suffocate!
Power that ended Haishan!
That tingle? I got careless. Burn! I got careless. Try! That tingle? Test subject.
Let me weave you a verse. Huh? I'm going in! Adventure time!
Time for retribution!
Eyes on me!
Verdict is...
Teamwork is dreamwork! Not bad.
Time for retribution!
Power that ended Haishan!
Verdict is...
Let's light it up!
You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time. I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back? Guess we can rest a bit. I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back? Guess we can rest a bit. You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time. I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back? You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time. I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back? Guess we can rest a bit. I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back? Guess we can rest a bit. You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time. Guess we can rest a bit. I don't need an umbrella, but you can use one if you need. You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time. Guess we can rest a bit. I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back? Guess we can rest a bit. You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time. Guess we can rest a bit. You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
Listen,
As long as you stick to your own path, it doesn't matter what Mother Nature throws at you. I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back? You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time. I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back? You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time. Guess we can rest a bit. I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back? You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
Execution!
Everybody stand back! You can't run! Power that ended Haishan! Shimmer! Yeah!
No! Burn!
Judgment! You can't run! You can't run!
Hello, nice to meet you. Hello, nice to meet you. Hello, nice to meet you. My name is Xiangling. I'm a chef.
Traveler, please, over here. It has been a while since you joined the Adventurers Guild. Are your is that so? Another person to count on is always good after.
Yep, and it's even hard.
Ah, yes. Let me consult our records. Ah, there it is. There's been a certain blonde stranger who arrived in Mondstadt lately.
Blonde. Wait! Do you mean... Does that stranger's face look...
Like the honorary knights? No, they couldn't look more different.
Seriously?
That stranger declined the guild's invitation, so nonetheless, you can look for him if you're interested. After all, it is not uncommon, and should the stranger be a strong adventurer indeed, he would certainly be a big help on your journey. Please don't talk down on yourself like that. You are the honor. Your deeds are the stuff of song for all the Well, as to further news about him, he stands guard at the city gate. I wish you every Add astro...
Guess who's here? Oh, no way! It's the Traveler.
Ah, Traveler, welcome.
We want some black.
All right.
Thanks, Chef. I was just thinking. You mean you? There's something I moon chase. That's right. But it's completely different nowadays. Sounds like pie with your great taste. Hey, if
That's right. Getting some...
Masterful. All right, yeah. Every year, feast of the... I totally agree. Well, so this'll be a piece of cake. You sound... Well, but first things first. Let's have a delicious one-man meal. After that, we can go around to all of our... Okay, great.
Here's your blackback perch soup.
It smells so... That was...
Shungling.
Come on, Dad.
Because I know...
Don't worry. We're... and we'll... All right, let's... So, it's outside the box thinking that we're looking for, right? Hotel always seems to have a unique perspective. What? Yeah, it's Paimon. Oh, of course. Meaning, well, what food Wow. Come on, even... pretty sure... Right. There's no need to over... I see. Launching an... poached fish and... Well, it is... Dynamic? Oh! No, not that kind of dynamic. Shrimp dumplings are more subdued, clear and smooth with a pure and subtle fragrance. Okay. Bingo. Okay. When it comes to... Sounds everything in the... Since the travel... Boo Boo Pharmacy. Oh. Why? If... Yikes! Oh! It's just Changsheng. No, I'm entering this... You need to... It's all...
Chi-Chi has some gustatory...
Oh, I understand. Sensation? Coconut. Well, Dad, how about you? I like...
I agree with many of our... We also see plenty...
Got it.
I must have...
That's okay. Everyone's input... Medicinal... Food
subs.
It's a great...
You're welcome.
It's great to have...
Oh, how...
Recipe... Oh, she... Great! Alright, time...
We'll need more where that came from.
Hmm? Oh.
Greetings for...
Hey, what brings you here?
Has something happened? What's with this...
Long story.
None here.
Should I...
Huh?
I was merely joking. By no means.
You... Well, it's a big one.
It was found by a fishing crew.
Finds like this cannot...
So...
Well, we've...
No weapon could...
Kuching has taken...
Let's put that aside.
Actually...
Oh?
No.
Food preference?
I have...
That's your idea.
I summed up my...
A few weeks out on...
What about you, Big...
Me?
Paimon thought you...
As for me...
Okay, got it. And that's where I would... You need to wash. They're very... Huh.
I heartily...
Okay, got... I didn't... Alrighty. Thanks for all your...
Traveler, Paimon, do you have anything planned? Good. I'd like you to...
You picked the right people for the job.
My thoughts exactly. I'm sure you've become... My grandfather was a researcher. Very few. One folktale even claims that shortly after it was found, after many years of research... But this is all just theory and conjecture. To prove any of it, we'd need to start by identifying who the stove god... Now that Rex... That's why I think it was just a couple...
3 birds with 1 stone, huh? Hey, don't worry about that. Besides...
What? Why are you shouting?
Kuching can... Since it's all... Please...
If it me...
Really? Alright, then it... Hi, Granny. Are there any old...
Oh, looking for ancient. There is an old...
The Feiyun come...
Paimon didn't know...
Help! I'm being robbed!
It came from that direction. Come on!
Time for retribution!
Are you all...
I am. Thanks to all the...
We'll try not to take...
Huh?
Yeah. Some people
Seems logical, but do you...
Oh, any questions?
Hey!
Hello, one and all.
Hey, guys. What are you doing here?
I was bored with nothing to do, and thought I'd come out this... I see the Yuheng.
Master Xingqiu.
Since I if my memory...
Might I take...
Certainly.
They're back! So did you find it?
Yes, it says the following.
The body of a
That much is true. There's nothing further to—
I come from a long lineage.
Books are penned by people. I apologize that we could— Your help thus far is— Thank you all. We will con—
hold up. I had a question too.
Food. Oh,
Yeah, I don't—
Xiangling.
What do you mean string? Okay.
Well, in that case...
That's 'cause you can't—
My tastes are on the—
No surprise? Okay.
These are just personal...
Of course.
Though Xiangling—
If anyone could— No. So, over to you, could—
So we've learned this— Longshuin is— Forgive us.
Yes, best of luck.
Let's go! Next.
Huh?
Friends of ours!
Kuching?
Hi.
It's not that. It's...
Look at that structure.
So, is there something...
Let me fill you in.
Oh. Okay.
Legends claim that the Stove God once appeared at the Guili Assembly. Is there a room—
Well, now that you mention... If you are happy to... Oh,
What is it? We need to—
What? No.
A satisfying salad? What?
Yeah, guy who hangs out on the roof.
Shh! Don't you—
Oh, right. Yeah. The boss told me to take care, but the boss tells me you...
Oh, so—
Well, that's life, right? You gotta... All right, then. Wait right here.
Plaque is tip—
Sorry for the trouble, traveler. Okay.
Here you are.
Thank you ever so much.
While Kuching's reading her book, I'd love to come watch too. Okay.
Go ahead and get started.
That should do it.
All right. Thanks for...
You got all the steps.
Of course.
Let's go see what Kuching and Kuching, Xiang.
You finished cooking?
And?
Useful. There is a passage I quote, When the Stove God descend, this is a...
One god
Taking the text
went out among...
Now that...
So, we've...
By continuing our... Thank you for this text.
It's my pleasure. Listen.
Wow, he sure sounds... I really want to try his cooking.
It's hard to Yan Xiao.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
Guess we can rest a bit.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
The best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
Would you be interested in some of the Moon Chase Festival? I recommend a top time to show a few new dishes unmatched.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
Guess we can rest a bit.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes. The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Would you be interested in some moon gazing? I'd recommend the top floor of Wangshuin. The scenery there
Wangshuin
is
is the best
unmatched.
place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
Learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already
Guess we can rest a bit.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Would you be interested in some moon gazing? The top floor of Wangshuin. The scenery there is unmatched.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
Guess we can rest a bit.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Would you be interested in some moon gazing? I'd recommend the top floor of Wangshuin. The scenery there is unmatched.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out. Wangshuin is the best place to watch the
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Guess we can rest a bit.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked
The
out.
Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Would you be interested in some moon gazing? I'd recommend the top floor of Wangshuin. The scenery there is unmatched.
You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
The Moon Chase Festival is an
Wangshuin
excellent
is the
time
best
to
place
learn a
watch
few
the
new
moon.
dishes.
That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
Would you be interested in some moon gazing? I'd recommend the top floor.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch
The
the moon.
Moon Chase Festival is an
All our
excellent
rooms are already
time to
booked
learn
out.
a few new dishes. The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a
Wangshuin
few
is the
new
best
dishes.
place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
Would you be interested in some moon
dishes.
Place to watch the moon. That's why all our
Guess we can rest a bit.
Would you be interested in some moon gazing? I'd recommend the top floor of Wangshu.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new
That's why all our
dishes.
rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few
Wangshu is the
new
best
dishes.
place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshu
Would
is
you
the
be
best
interested in
place to
some
watch
moon
the moon.
gazing? I'd recommend the
That's why all
top
our
floor
rooms
of
are already
Wangshu.
booked out.
The scenery there is unmatched.
I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
Wangshu is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshu is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshu is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
Would you be interested in some
The Moon
gazing?
Chase Festival
I'd
is an
recommend the top
excellent
floor of
time to
Wangshu.
learn a
Is the
few
best
new
place to
dishes.
watch the moon.
Unmatched.
That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
Wangshu is
The
the
Moon
best
Chase
place to
Festival
watch
is
the
an
moon.
excellent time
That's
to
why
learn
all
a
our
few
rooms are
new
already booked
dishes.
out.
Would you be interested in some moon gazing? I'd recommend the top floor of Wangshu.
You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
Wangshu is the best place to watch the moon.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshu is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
I still have a lot to do at the guild. How about you take a rest while I go back?
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place
Would you
to
be
watch
interested in
the
some moon gazing?
That's why all
I
the rooms
recommend
are
the top
already
floor
booked
of Wangshu Inn. The scenery there is unmatched. The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon.
You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Guess we can rest a bit.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes. Would you be interested in some moon gazing? I'd recommend the top floor of Wangshu Inn. The scenery there is unmatched.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new
You should really bring the Knights of Favonius with you next time.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
Guess we can rest a bit.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon.
Would you be interested in some? The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes. Unmatched.
Wangshuin
You
is
should
the
really
best
bring the
place to
Knights of
watch the moon.
Favonius with you next time.
All our rooms are already booked out.
The Moon Chase Festival is an excellent time to learn a few new dishes.
Wangshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our rooms are already booked out.
You'd think you own the place.
I'll sit here with Gooba.
Here we are. That's everything you ordered.
It'll smell. It smells beautiful.
Strange. I never would have guessed that such a gifted chef worked here. This.
Everyone likes a good. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure.
Yan Xiao?
Huh?
Yep.
Huh.
What was that?
No, it seemed more.
Yep. He's a really talented chef. His food was excellent, and it showed he has a level-headed personality. That's the kind of I haven't had any competitive cooking. You're too kind. Guoba, what are you doing?
Guoba's eating the...
Those were Kuchings! How could you...
Oh, my golden shrimp balls.
Huh? You ate every last... I'm so sorry. What's the big deal? It's not the same, though. The moment's gone. Sure, you can eat something else, but you can never go... A dining experience is a trinity of... I'm gonna make it up to you.
I don't have high hope. If you insist...
No problem.
I'll get it to you. Traveler, have you finished eating? Before we do anything else...
After peak season, nothing's so.
Longer he'll go on for.
Need to get
Luck is
something
not
from A to B. Best way to travel.
I need to go home to fetch my grandfather's notes. Let's meet at Wanman.
Great! I'll go get everything ready. Traveler, what about you?
I actually have...
Okay, gotcha.
Traveler, come here for a moment. I need your advice on something.
Seriously?
What's so
You're super...
Well, that's just ridiculous. Xiangling's always... I'm just not used to dealing with people... Oh.
What's making Kuching so self-conscious? Paimon thought nobody would be able to get a... Hey, we're here! Hey, grab a seat. Oh, we're gonna... What is it? Okay, so back at Long... Yep. You're a braver person than Paimon. You think so? I remember thinking straight away that she was really easy to get along with. Didn't you see her? Yeah, first impression? We've eaten shell... Oh, you're missing out. I'll grow some for you another time. But anyway, Kuching's not to mention... You make a good... You know, Xiangling's intuition for people seems really spot on. Is that why she took a liking to Kuching? Alright, let's see. We're okay for carrots and crab, and we still got some ham and mushrooms. I wonder what Kuching's recipe is gonna be. Huh? What was that noise? What's going on? What the? Ah, it's the
Excuse me. One shall be known.
Cloud Retain.
Well spoken. A while it has indeed been, traveler. Ah.
The theme?
The very same. Moon, let it be known.
A supreme cuisine. What's a supreme cuisine machine?
Patience, traveler.
Oh, so we're
I shall say no more and dwell here no longer. Await my word. Be there or beware.
This bird always disappears. She seemed like someone very prestigious.
What are you all huddled together over here for?
Yay! Kuching's...
Sorry I kept you waiting, Xiangling. This is the recipe from my Unfortunately, the tech...
Oh, okay. Give me some time.
Sorry for the trouble.
That voice sounds familiar.
Sorry to interrupt your conversation. I was in the area buying a few things, and I heard the disturbance.
You mean Cloud Retainer? I saw her too. She just suddenly showed up right in the middle of the street. Whatever.
Lady Kuching, do you, have him?
What is it, Ganyu? Has something...
No, it's nothing.
A personal matter? Involving...
Please, Lady Kuching?
Oh, okay.
I noticed Cloud Retainer was here for quite a while. Did she say anything about... me? When I was young?
About your childhood? No, nothing at all.
What? Really? Thank goodness. I was getting really worried. Once she gets talking to people, she tends to go off on all sorts of tangents. So
Your name didn't even come up, so you've nothing...
Kuching, how are you not asking a bunch of questions right now? There's
please, no.
Of course not. Whatever. If Ganyu has a secret and she wishes to keep it that way...
Kuching, thank you. You're...
What's that got to do...
Oh my, you're right. I should.
Hey, what are you trying to...
don't worry.
Thanks. Hope to see you again soon.
Just ignore...
Hey, everyone! It only occurred to me when that... Ooh!
I don't want to...
In that case...
Must?
Uh-huh.
Children, come.
Oh, what?
Oh, no. In fact, my old friends and I have been putting our heads together.
A gift? For Paimon?
Oh, child, you are so very modest. Uncommonly so, even. But you mustn't decline this gift. When you traversed my old teapot in search of the cleansing bell, I heard your little friend mention that you often camp out in the wild. That simply won't do. Especially since I imagine you still have a very long journey ahead of you. Fortunately, I have not yet grown so old as to see my subspace creation abilities atrophy. Oh, did my friends never mention that to you? Well then, it is a blessing we old folks once received from Rex Lapis, part of our illumination. I will not go into too much detail, but subspace the teapot that you entered previously was a little trinket created using that.
So, in the eyes of an adeptus, creating a magic...
Oh, indeed, the teapot is nothing to boast of. One such as myself must depart from this realm to create a world of one's own. Rex Lapis, on the other hand, moved mountains and seas. That is what... but that's an...
That's right! Finding stuff's what we're good at, after all.
Oh, settle down now, children. There's no need for you to go running hither and thither. What's more, I doubt that you would know how to find the materials I am... Well, for starters, I require some shimmer soil for... You would have to dig downward, but almost no one is... Even more difficult to find is smaragdus jadeite. In any case, smaragdus jadeite is an adepti treasure, and the adeptal power within is not something that most humans can withstand. Extended contact with it is, in fact... goodness knows...
Well, since...
yes.
She counts? How come there are so many adepti in Liyue Harbor? We seem to bump into them all the time.
Oh, maybe so. Who can say? A fair few of my old friends are rather fond of mundane mortal life, after all.
I'm back, Granny. Oh, I don't believe we've met.
Ah, allow me to do the honors. This child here is Yen Fei. She's the one helping run some errands for me. Yen Fei, I believe you've already heard of the Traveler and her traveling companion.
Of course, who hasn't? Much has been written about you in the Millilith's records. You became one of Liyue's most wanted after the Millilith marked you as a suspect following the incident at the Rite of Dissension. After which, you fought off the Millilith at Julian Karst and made contact with the Fatui. Before finally defeating an ancient god together with Granny and her associates, and subsequently being cleared of any and all suspicion by the Chiseng. What a shame. A shame that we didn't meet. If we had, well, I can't say that I would have been able to clear you of suspicion immediately, but it certainly would have been less. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I'm Yenfei, a legal advisor. Got a legal problem? You can come right to me. Oh, yes, here's my business card. You'll find it has my contact details and office address. If you have an urgent issue, just leave me a note at this address. Oh, and I almost...
All right, Yenfei, all right. Let's get to the business. You'll have to excuse Yenfei. She's always been like this. Ever the talkative one when it comes to her own affairs.
Paimon was gonna ask the same question. You seem...
An adeptus? I guess. Kinda. My old man said he was one anyway. He mentioned that he once campaigned with Rex Lapis for a long old time, and then after that was all over, he went back and married my mom. They had me, and once I was all grown up, the two of them upped and left on a journey, leaving me with Granny here.
Well, that's a bit casual for an adeptus. Aren't you guys supposed to sign solid...
Well, my dad did say that he'd talked it through with Rex Lapis, and that he was fine with it. Even contributed towards the wedding gift, apparently. Anyway, let's not dwell on that too much. So, Granny, I've gotten a hold of most of the stuff you asked for, except for Smaragdus Jadeite. I couldn't find any. The chasm's been sealed off, and there's just no way in. Couldn't secure any documentation either.
Is that so? Yanfei, are you sure you can't find some?
I know, Granny, you've told me 1,000 times already. Well, hold on. Whoa. Commercial consultancy. Or Snezhnaya. Ah, found Krustle. A Snezhnayan merchant who once came to me with some legal queries on certain articles in the legal codices. He mentioned that he was... So, I guess I'll go look for him. Oh, you...
Wow. Best we be...
Hello, Mr. Krustle. How's business been?
Oh, good. Very good. All thanks to your advice, Miss Yanfei.
You're too kind.
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, in the end, I did acquire a small piece of Smaragdus Jadeite. Miss Yanfei, might I presume that you have an interest in the hairpins? I must apologize.
Wait! Isn't Smaragdus Jadeite really rare? Aren't you worried about the hairpins getting damaged or...
No, I'm not worried in the slightest, because I signed a contract with Miss Zhiqiao before renting them to her. The contract makes it quite clear that if she loses or damages the item in question, she must... In return, I included a clause that guarantees the Smaragdus Jadeite is genuine, with a penalty of 10 times the item's value payable by me to Miss Zhiqiao in the event that it is shown to be a fake.
Guaranteed genuine, with 10 times the value payable if this claim is shown to be false. Yes, these terms are very clear indeed.
Of course. This way, both the client and I have the assurance we need. To ensure fairness, each of us has retained an original copy of...
In that case, might you know where Miss Zhiqiao lives? We'd like to pay her a visit and have a look at...
Oh, of course. She wrote her address down when we signed our contract. Here, I'll mark it on your map for you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Krustle. We'll be off now.
I did not
Master, how are you keeping these days? Are you well?
Oh, very well, thank you. What is a
Hello. Master, we came here because we have a question for you.
Of course I know.
Does this mean...
Ah, I see. How interesting.
That's right.
I see. I must commend your guesswork this far. Moonchase was originally a rite observed by the Adepti. On nights later...
Rexlap...
I can only...
In the hands of Rexlapis.
Ah, Kuching,
Thank you.
Lady Kuching!
Huh?
Lady Kuching! Lady Ningguang wishes...
Ningguang's look must be important.
There she goes.
Do you want to know who Rex...
Oh, Paimon Guard!
Yes, the stove god was a good friend of mine, too. What a pity.
How could that happen?
It is to everyone.
Really? Master, you...
Yes. I'm pleasantly unfortunate. Kuching's grandfather...
You knew Kut...
Of course. Grandparent and grandchild are definitely made from the same mold. Both diligent enough to take on anything. I like to think of Liyue for new blossoms. My dears, you are I should like to see...
This is a peaceful neighborhood.
Please be mindful of your personal safety.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Neighborhood.
You're all here. I was just about to send someone to fetch you.
Kuching, has the stone undergone...
A crack has appeared in one corner.
What happened?
More likely in...
How would a natural occur?
This is because...
All the books say...
Ningguang and I chose...
Plus, how... So if the stone crack... That's got...
Well...
Okay, the fact that the selections phase...
And when the fight...
It's definitely a
Well, I've already...
Yes, for...
All this talk...
Whatever shall I do? Yes, that's me.
How do you do, Miss? My associates and I are very...
The hairpins. I don't know how it could have happened. I always kept them right by my side, and I hadn't even... I spent so much money on them. If my we now have a big banquet is coming. That's what the hairpin... But now that I've lost that...
Why does Paimon have a set...
Would you really?
Hold on.
Huh? Well...
Let me see.
That's right! Yanfei said true!
Right. I finished reading the... Furthermore, and given the rare...
Even higher. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
However...
If you really have to... Whichever way you look at it, we've got to start by finding those hairpins.
Except that if we found...
Please. However much it is, now that it's come to this...
Yes, legally. So hold on.
What did I feel? My family has seen much...
Smooth. No, it's nothing.
My friend, what can I get?
Ah, Miss Yanfei, you've... You lost them.
I'm sorry.
Mora,
No problem. But before... It was in fact...
Of course.
All right, understood. I'll conduct...
Thank you very much.
Looks like I'll have to...
Please wait, Miss Chow. It's not convenient...
How could...
My friend, what can I get you?
How could you...
Ideas for the Moon Chase Festival.
Miss Yanfei, what is this about?
No. What I wanted to talk about is... There is a chance that the Orin laid on those hair...
What do you mean?
Obviously not. I'm no adventurer. I don't know if Granny told you this, but Smaragdus... If mere mortals come into contact with it... Mr. Chow, did you at any time feel...
No, not at all.
Now that is strange. If I've deduced correctly, he may...
If that's the case, we should go confront him.
Absolutely not. If we were to confront him now, there's no way. And then after that, he would simply insist that. Meanwhile, we would have to look under every stone in Liyue, hoping and.
So vivid that Paimon thinks it might.
Oh, it certainly is. I've seen my fair share of
Well then, since you're so.
Oh, that won't be a problem. But first.
Huh? Does there have to be a contract for every... It feels like Yan...
These are my formal terms of engagement. Everything anywhere commissioned but not bound by...
I understand.
No problem. Just sign here, and I'll sign too. And I'll also need your signatures on pages.
This contract has so many pages.
All right, that should do it. My fees are the same as always, and they're written...
I've had to read...
Well then, here's your copy of the contract. I will retain the other copy. Not for now, no. Despite how I don't believe you have been part of an investigation.
Miss Yanfei, I have to ask.
Because, as it happens, I'm whether he actually made it into an item of jewelry. Also, the idea of someone abused. But again, let's not dwell on this. Ah, I've got it. If Mr. Crossell had his...
Curious.
Why, hello.
No, nothing of the.
Snezhna. That was the first time. He was quite generous. Why, yeah.
Thank you, sir. We'll.
Huh? If my eyes don't deceive me, yes. I've heard it said that
A thin layer of...
If you must see for yourself.
Is that so? So, did you find anything? So they really are different. But what...
There's nothing special to it. These two stones actually look very similar. Someone without a deep under... There may be only a sub... And I'm sure...
All right, let's focus.
But never mind.
Unusual actions...
Miss Yanfei.
If you could just confirm...
Yes.
Then I have no further questions. But could I borrow the processing record and the stone shavings?
Of course.
Oh, I have... This document shows...
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that...
With this hard evidence to back us up...
On the contrary, if you want to make jewelry, you need a professional jewelsmith. Let me think. Jewelry... Aha! Got it!
Well, that was quick.
Because lots of... As you know, liyue... But the amendments... As such, legal advisors like myself provide quite the popular service indeed.
So you help them make sense of the law. But didn't you say that...
Yes, well, that's no obstacle, because I've memorized all the legal codices. You sound surprised. Oh, this has enough...
Again with that...
Well, that's that then.
Oh, Miss Yanfei, it's you. Has something happened?
Have no further trouble for... Has a merchant by the name of...
Crosel. The design of the hairpins that this order was on hold for a very long time.
Doesn't seem like there's any...
Miss Sinksy, I'd like for you...
Yes, I'm sure. Mr. Crosel, I also kept a copy for my own records. The inlaid gemstone is required.
Thank you, Sinksy.
Sure, it isn't serving much purpose.
Nothing you need to worry about. Just a minor issue.
Why is everyone's first reaction...
I believe we have almost...
The weirdo with this...
Because... once we have this...
My, to what do I owe the pleasure? And if it isn't Miss...
No. I'm here this time to ask if you're familiar with...
Smaragdus, the Seven Mountain. It is abundant in elemental energy, so... Anyway, I'm sure you didn't come all this way just to chit-chat. Knowing you, Yanfei, I suppose that you're about to ask me to write an official affidavit attesting to the pharmaceutical peculiarities of Smaragdus jadeite?
That is indeed the case. If you would be...
No trouble at all. It's just a single document. Won't take me a moment. I would mention, though, that you are not the only one who's developed a curiosity for Smaragdus jadeite recently. A Snezhnayan merchant came to... But after I gave him my reply, his expression shifted to one of remarkable disappointment. I wonder, Miss Yanfei, if your pressing business might be related to this Snezhnayan merchant?
You needn't concern yourself.
You're too...
That buys guy is as weird as ever. Is it just Paimon, or does it feel like he was fishing for something back there?
Dr. Baiju's always been like that. Well, we have the evidence we need. Let's go find Mr. Crossell.
Miss Yanfei, have you finished?
Yes, my investigation.
Wonderful. Well then, please, could you do the honors, Miss Yanfei?
Of course. According to the Mr. Crossell, you must pay Mr. Chow 10 times the original transaction price in Mora.
Sure. Wait, what? Me pay her? Surely there's been some kind of mistake, Miss Yanfei.
Not at all. According to my investigations and the material evidence that we've gathered, the substance claimed to be Smaragdus Jadeite that was inlaid within the Smaragdus Jadeite twin Phoenix pins. Now, the
Material evidence? I spent a huge sum to obtain that Smaragdus Jadeite.
Indeed. Only a testimony from an expert witness involved in the processing of the ore can serve as an authoritative assessment. If we want to determine whether the ore is genuine, we need to start with evidence from the Jade Mystery. Clearly, you still have a few things to learn about this aspect of legal proceedings. This is a processing record.
Seriously? In any case, Smaragdus
that's an
Well, your claim that my ore is fake is just as unsubstantiated. And we are here to talk about evidence.
Looks like our first piece of evidence did—
Hard evidence. Something legally binding. We have just the thing.
This document proves that my hairpins are the real deal, doesn't it? This is the Ministry's seal, after all.
Our second piece of evidence didn't work either.
You know, you could be right. Perhaps the hairpin—
Of course I'm right. All the evidence—
Well, hang on a moment now, because I do recall one final piece of evidence that we haven't— Traveler, would you do the honors?
What's this?
Smaragdus Jadeite springs forth from stone marrow. Sustained contact. Mr. Crossell. No idea you— I'm afraid that this falls outside the scope of my work. However, I'm sure that the Ministry will be— Don't worry, Mr. Crossell. I trust that you'll give them—
What? Wait!
Oh, so you knew? Oh,
Huh? No,
Aren't actually inlaid. You do understand, Mr. Crossell.
Yep, he's seriously
I admit, but after receiving it and carrying it around, I went to Boo Boo Pharmacy to get— That's why I had another pair of hairpins made from Smaragdus Nephra. I kept the real Smaragdus Jadeite. I was worried that someone would see—
Exactly! If they weren't the real deal, what—
I didn't want— If word got out that I sold a pair of fake hairpins, then my days in this line of business would be over.
All right, let's cut the appeals phase right there. I failed to see what bearing any of this has on your transaction with my client. According to the contract—
10 times?
Crossell looks like he could faint any second.
As for me, according to my contract with Mr. Chow—
20%? That's as much as I spent on that—
There's no need. It's fine. You don't have to pay me that. Even if the Smaragdus Jadeite on those hairpins was fake, I still— However, Mr. Crossell, since you have no use for that chunk of Smaragdus Jadeite, why don't you give it to me instead?
What? But all right, then. This cursed rock's brought me enough grief as it is.
Miss Yanfei, I'll turn the Smaragdus Jadeite over to you. I trust that it will suffice as remuneration?
Well, that's not quite how the—
Thanks so much for your help this time, Miss Yanfei. When you have the time, I'll be sure to visit and express my thanks more
Oh, come on. No need to stand on ceremony. Now, if I may confirm this again, Mr. Chow, have you and Mr. Crossell come to an understanding?
Well, yes, I believe we have.
Well then, that's good. Mr. Crossell, it seems that my client has no...
Is that so?
Actually, Miss, I could see from the hair if we could join
Well, that's that. And we've got the Smaragdus Jade.
Exactly. Usually, even though the solution didn't involve actually...
The right solution depends on your... The objective of my client, Mr. Chow, was to... an Adeptus. Speaking of, you took part in that battle, didn't you? In which case, you would have heard what Granny said. Liyue Harbor is now a city ruled by human, the title of Adeptus in any case. Don't you think that the Liyue Harbor of today needs...
Paimon can think of someone who would...
Well, since we got what we came for, it's...
Please enjoy the
Ah, you've returned. Good.
Well, if we're all set...
Oh, you.
I'm off then. Bye! Oh, yes, Traveler. Make sure you... I've been looking into the laws of other nations.
Come now, child.
I'm leaving! I'm leaving!
That child. Yanfei. Liyue. All right, then.
Oh, Paimon's so excited!
Hold it firmly. Take these blueprints with you.
Wait a minute!
Oh.
Wow! This teapot seems even bigger inside than Madame Ping's! There's even a grip, huh? But there's just a whole load of nothing around it. Paimon can't do that! Still. Oh, wait a second.
Well, it seems that we have a visitor.
It's a huge finch!
Excuse me, I am not, Oh, call me.
So you're the...
Madam, you may leave all... Your journey may be far, though it is thus you may consider now allow... Have you any as long as you have a blueprint?
Blueprint?
Yes, these are the... Just commit the image, then simply
Wow! Is that all it takes? Then we could build a whole city.
I doubt it. He said, this world is...
A golden...
I hardly remember myself. Well, let's not... If there's an...
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Maybe you're... If you ever...
Cold beer after a hard day's work. Nothing like it.
Could it be true? What I've heard?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. Cold beer after a hard day's work. Nothing like it. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. It's hard to remain on dry land for so long. Never quite seem to get my land legs back. Nice. I'm starting to lose count. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Longshuin is the best place to watch the moon. That's why all our routes.
Ah, cold beer after a hard day's work. Nothing like it.
Have you heard? The rite of parting.
The rite of parting? Did something terrible happen again?
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready. If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
Yeah, you nearly got him! Whew, that was a tough fight. So close, so close! Stay cool! Wow, Paimon's stomach is rumbling already!
Sea depths. What an excellent specimen.